Hey everybody. Yeah, that's the ref sheet so far, I think. Their ponytail looks pretty huge. But I'm feeling lazy and tired. Yeah, how you doing, Sayri? Tired? How'd you guess? Let's see who else here. Hello, Cursed Calendar. Hello, Cecilia Aragorn. Hello, King Azo. And it looks like to be it so far. Hope you all are doing well. Thank you, King Azo. Doing great, that's great. If you see me sitting like this, looking off screen, I am watching tennis. I may just be doing this for most of the time. Hopefully that's alright with everybody. Cecilia says, I think watching you draw pushed me to go back to my art course. Today, specifically, and kicked me back into drawing again. Good luck. Wow. Hello, Kingslayer. Welcome. I hope you're doing well today. There is another Apollo now. And if I get the energy, I will draw the one that's facing away from the camera. Mimi has entered the room. Let's see if she says hi. Come here. Mimi. Mimi. Come on. There she is. Uh-oh, she's going for the keyboard. Cecilia says, talking about energy, do I ever have energy drinks, coffee or teas? Coffee, tea, no. But I do have Zevia colas, which are caffeinated, calorie-free colas, sugar-free. So I'll have those sometimes, but it's usually not for the energy, it's mostly just for taste. Just to satisfy that craving for something that tastes like soda. Also, Mimi only ever comes into my room whenever I stream. She never does this. She must really like you guys. You folks. Hydro homie. Yeah, but water is good for energy. She does love the attention. Correct. I was about to clean my glasses and she sensed that, so I guess at this point. See, as soon as you make a motion, she moves. I knew that if I reached for my glasses, it would affect our moment we were having. In these last few months, I've been getting into drinking water more often. I've guzzled more water than a hydroelectric dam. Damn. Stay safe. Yep, that's my drawing tablet. You have to be rubbing the side of your head against something at all times. I wish you'd do it against my face more often. That's what Teddy used to do. Well, that was nice. Do my cats rub themselves on black-colored things too? Just everything, mostly. Doesn't matter what color. Catch up a little bit. Says it's something you have to get into. It started with me drinking water at school for my school lunches. I didn't like it at first, but I got used to it. It's a good neutral, quench your thirst drink. Yeah, like I was only referring to the question about like if I have energy drinks, because water is definitely my drink of choice. One moment. Oh heck, a stream. Welcome, Celine. It's good to see you. King also says, I have a cat, Checky, and she's a real licker. Interesting. I haven't had many lickers. And a gorgeous boy. Yes. The more I look at this one here, I'm wondering how this arm angle would be possible to put their hand in this position. Because their hand is so low down. Oh, wait. Of course, I mean, that's if I was able to do it, of course it's able to work that way. Never mind. Never mind. The hand is perfectly fine, I guess. Let me take care of this ponytail now while I'm thinking of it. Or else I'll never do it. Yeah, I'm gonna have many reactions while I'm watching tennis, I'm sure. So, don't mind me. Even though it's like gonna be the main focus of the stream, because that's basically all that's happening. Yeah, King Ozo, I need to look at a reference for something like that. Why is there, like, a perpetual thing on my forehead? I'm looking at myself. I've been breaking out a lot more lately. Cecilia says, last stream I think we were talking about episode 14, and I mentioned how it would have been good to have your opinion there. I completely forgot the topic now. So you wanted my opinion on something specific about 14? Or just in general? Curse Calendar asks, are you a sesquipedalian? Not as much as Nightmare Masterclass. But sometimes I really try to be as precise with my word choices as possible. And I try to use the full range of vocabulary available to me. King Slayer says, I have a cat named Jerry that's very attached to me for some reason. He used to wake up the whole house looking for me, and I don't know what I did to deserve his love. Just run with it. Diminish floof! A just chatting kind of scream, full screen face cam if you like. Yeah, part of me wants to have this option open though, like, because I'm a person who really makes not flippant, but sudden decisions about how I spend my time, so I'd like to be able to just go over, watch tennis for like 5 or 10 minutes and then go back over if I feel like it and work on something. I should check the S-Post channel on the server, what Nidic posted. Don't talk to me or my son or my son's son or my son's son's son or my son's 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 son ever again. This is perfect. It's really funny how perfect Apollo fits into a Minecraft environment graphics thing. Howdy, Desi. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for directing me to S-Posting. I think during commercials I'll get working on Apollo's back facing. So right now. I still think these ears are quite what I want on the front facing one. The front-facing one is forever a work in progress. Hi, Phantom MC2. I believe I know who you are in the server. Welcome, it's good to have you. Oh, yeah, that's right, Cecilia. You were talking to Celine. My bad. Okay. When you were talking about 14. I remember that. I remember us saying, like, during that discussion, it would have been cool to have their insight. Yeah. No! Yeah, that's too wide. That's way too wide. Yeah, don't feel bad about it, Celine. I mean, like 8 days ago, none of this whole situation existed because I had not done any of these streams before, so you are not in any position where you should feel inadequate for not being here. Got some stuff to catch up on. People are conversing. Nice. King also says progress is going well in the story. I saw you finish the prologue, right? Very excited. Actually don't hate it. Nice. May post small snippets. The art is dope. Oh, thank you. Assuming you're talking to me. A Porplo. A Lapo. A Lapo might be my favorite. Yeah, Cecilia says about Celine, it's hard not to miss someone so introspective and just, like, intelligent in general. That's kind of how I feel. To be honest. King Ozzo says, more than anything else, I love dissecting characters, seeing what makes them tick. I think all the characters are great for that sort of thing. And I agree, that's one of my favorite things to do in the world when it comes to stories that I like, with characters that I like or dislike or what have you. It's just an unbelievably fun and therapeutic thing to do, and helpful as a person, I think. Shop of Olive is really screaming today. Wide boy, what's that wingspan? Yeah, I've shrunk it since you put that message up, probably, but probably a decent wingspan. I mean, you got the arms. With how long the arms are, it's got to be like 3. I don't know. They're only 5'3", but it's got to be like twice the average wingspan of a human being. Is like right. Yeah, all the better for swamg. All the better for swamging. Wingspan, more like wing swamg. Polypo. Book nerd, welcome. Hope you're having a good one. You're going to disable Cal. Oh, calendar. Curse calendar. If Apollo were a bird, he could fly. Apollo. Read Apollo's bio. Do you think that they can't fly? Cecilia says, Sarah, you are going to lose subscriber. What for? For the swamg? Yeah, because you're gonna unsubscribe? That's fair. I'll be on my best behavior. You know, honestly, good practice for this is something like this. Except that did absolutely nothing. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay, so it was that layer. No. Oh, okay. Why was that still up? I don't think those are gonna be close to the actual designs anyway. So disregard. I'm the worst sort of human being. Was I actually close? That wasn't the worst thing in the world. But yeah, this is always a good idea, probably. Use the tools available to you to be accurate. No. I'm so mad. I swear to God I closed that one earlier. And it opened itself back up. Oh, that's why, okay. Theo Hamilton says, yo, just popping in to say Diminished Act 1 affected me like a lot. Thank you so much for creating such beautiful work. That is everything to me, Theo. Thank you for letting me know, and I hope that I can continue to give you something that affects you that way. And just the fact that it has already is beyond words, so I'm really, really happy. It's been so mind-blowing every single time somebody says something like that, that at this point, I don't even know how to feel anymore. It's been mind-blowing every single time. I feel like I'm just repeating the same things over and over. That's just my mind can't process this yet. Maybe it never will. Celine says, death is definitely a powerful tool in writing. Sometimes it's even more powerful than the writer is. Like, you just have a character who needs to die. It's just how the plot goes, they have to. It's funny because as an audience person, as a casual watcher of art, I become less and less able to cope with such things. Double Apollo and confusion happen. Kingslayer says, did Apollo just do binary diffusion? They can do anything. Once again, they are capable of anything. Celine says, but when you get attached to them, writing them up to that, and get to the point where you just have to pull the trigger, it's just hard. I don't have super amounts of experience with that yet as a writer, so it'll be interesting once I do. I don't know if I'll be able to. It's interesting with how I've spent most of my life imagining killing off characters in like my 12-year conceptualized Sonic fan story. I never actually got to points where I would write or release those moments and publicize them, so I never actually did things like that to my characters in canon. To a plue. Yeah, King also says that's the joy of it. King also says tragic characters are the most interesting to me. Yeah, they're the ones that can dig into your soul the most. Celine says, granted, my relationship with my characters is probably a bit unique, but like that empathy, it gets tough for anyone. Yeah. Kingslayer says, the thing I love about storytelling is that there are so many ways to make good characters. Yeah. Celine says, even Saria had that reaction when he first saw the Teddy fan art, where like it suddenly Suddenly hit her that Teddy was finally... Teddy was finally dead! Thank God! That Teddy was actually dead. It's a powerful feeling. Yeah, it was that, and it was a lot of things. Book Nerd says, honestly, this series is helping me cope with the death of 2 close friends. I'm so sorry to hear that. But also, I can't tell you what it means to me that I'm helping. King also, yeah. Aplumitosis. Phantom NC2 says, I really can't express how awesome the series is. After the intro, the emotions could be felt so much, and it was like actually being there. Thank you. They both passed over a year ago, I just never got any closure. Well, I think partially works like Diminish are somewhat for that, so hopefully this is helping in that regard. Because it's kind of arbitrary when life gives you closure for things and when it doesn't. At least it seems that way. Kingslayer says sometimes it's the stupidly simple characters that are really great. There's nothing wrong with taking something solid and confident and executing it really well. So yeah, they're not wide, actually. They're not wide at all. It was fun to imagine them as being wide for a hot minute. Is it super Is it super distracting? Can you guys hear my TV? And is it clashing with the music, or is it all balanced okay? I don't know if that's how it works. Probably not. Oh dear. That was very off. Coco. You got this. Can't hear the TV at all? Okay. Sling says, I think you helped me through a tough time is like one of the highest honors. And I've been hearing that an unbelievable amount. And I've said it a few times, but when I started the series, I wasn't like setting out to do that. And I think that'll hold true for many things that I create. Like, I'm not going to be making it my main mission because you can't really control how your work affects other people. Like, I can hope that my work is, like, empowering to women and you know, doing all these things for marginalized people and, you know, providing general uplifting themes for all sorts of people, but I can't be... Oh my god. Sorry. I can't be positive that's gonna happen. I can't claim to know, like, how to please everyone, and that I'm some sort of god that just knows what's best for everybody. So when I made Diminish, I was making it for me, and I was making it for fun. But I've been receiving an absolutely overwhelming response from people from all sorts of standpoints who are saying that this has been deeply meaningful to them. And it's just constantly turning me upside down every single time in the best way. Let's go. This is a good match. Please go 3 sets. Please go 3 sets. Tragic characters are so awesome. Personally, I'm drawn to anti-heroes. I resonate with them so much, I guess because a lot of them are the way they are because of their unique views. Yeah. Usually because of some tragic past. Shadow the Hedgehog. I'm having an interesting time trying to write the Shadow in my new Sonic fan story. Yes! Okay. It's okay to eat, Apollo. Celine says, personally, I think one of my favorite archetypes for tragic characters is the Captain Ahab, especially in villains who start out cool and calculating, but then they just have this obsession in the rooms. I'm thinking of Zula right now. I think one of my earliest exposures to that was Karan Ramsus from Xenogears, whom I still really like. It's a cool arc. I don't have much experience with Xenogears at all. Basically none. Hello, BMB. BMB says, sometimes I dream about cheese. Also, that's basically my only exposure to Left 4 Dead. Assuming that's what that's from. I think it is. Cecilia says, you helped me through a lot too. I'm very glad. King Ozzo says, Diminish has genuinely enriched my life. I'm glad that I discovered it when I did. Well, King Ozzo, your commentary on Apollo's performance in the ocean greatly enriched mine, so thank you. Cecilia says, if Diminish was around in 2016, I think I never would have been depressed. God dang it, I'm sorry. That one's on me. I should have known. I'm sorry to hear that you also experienced some really rough things in 2016. It was a very key year for me emotionally as well. Oh my god, put it away, please. Yes, okay. King Ozzo said, I think that if I had found it a month ago, it wouldn't have resonated with me nearly enough. I saw your thesis about that, King Ozzo. Very fascinating, and I'm happy that you were able to find it at a time that you feel was right. Kingslayer says, the only thing you get to control is the genre, really. Anything beyond that is up to the viewers, usually. Yeah, and that's why I don't want to... I want to be careful, like, if discussions about Diminish 14 happen from my end again, I always want to be careful about what I actually say about it. Because of that sentiment. King also says, but it's helped me to make progress in climbing out of a hole I thought I would never get out of. And I think the community is a big part of that. I can agree. The community is just unbelievable. Celine says, Diminish is such a lovely community. Just being among all of you the way you've welcomed us and even missed us when we're not here, apparently, is just so fantastic. Thank you all. Again, don't worry about it, Celine. But I'm happy that it's been great for you as well. Yeah, Half-Life 2. Sometimes I dream about cheese. Apparently every character says that, or they can. Phantom MC2 says, I'm so glad you made Diminish for yourself. That's incredible, and a lot of people don't do it for themselves. That's something I want to hold true for myself for my entire life as an artist. I want to make sure that it's always authentic, and it's always coming from the most personal places. At least doing that first before anything else. Desi says, I love Azula so much. Indeed. What's my fault? Sorry, I'm so far behind that I forget my points immediately. There's mostly just one person, really, an abuser. I'm really sorry, Cecilia. Yeah, I think I recall you talking about that person as well. King Ozo says, I've been struggling a lot with insecurities about myself, my art, and my writing, and I think this community has helped me to appreciate myself a lot more. Good. Kingslayer says, Viren could be argued as an obsession-centric character to add more characters to the list. Yeah, I think so. I think so for sure. Yeah. I'm with you. Phantom NC2 says, And actually, Callum, to a degree, I feel like Callum is, among many other things, not just this, is a sort of working foil for Viren in many ways. And Callum is that sort of obsessive personality as well, and managed to be able to channel that in much more healthy ways. Because even starting out with a much more understanding and open-minded personality than Viren's, almost went down a similar path. And still could, you never know. So I like the Viren, bringing in Viren. Phantom NC2 says, I'm glad for the good and bad in my life. It has really made me open-minded. Because of that, I'm more willing to accept what has happened. That's one thing I can't be without, is others to talk to. I'm glad that you found a lot more others to talk to within the diminished server. I'm glad that you've immediately opened up right after, like, you joined and then immediately opened up about it. I think that's great, and I think we've all been enjoying your presence in the server so far. You've been very welcome. All citizen NPCs can say it? Wow. Cecilia says, it's okay. My fault bit was the depression from 20... Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Oh, a different... Oh my god, I'm so sorry that there's more. Good god. Yeah, Zuko started out as one as well, indeed. Professor Radigan. Was that... I don't recognize the name, so that's probably a Disney film that I haven't seen. Book Nerd says, not gonna lie, B is still in shock about the retweet of the animation she made. It was great. From just a working, like, an effort standpoint, that is something that I was blown away by. Just the pure effort that went into that. Kingslayer says, Victoria Vengal from Hilda fits. Really a lot of obsession-oriented characters are out there, yeah. A lot of obsession-oriented people out there. For better and worse. Phantom MC2 says, cheese is important, and one day we will find an infinite supply on the moon. Oh, I almost forgot about those days when that was like a really common subject in media. The tries would be defined that way. Oh, The Great Mouse Detective. I think I have seen that. Just a long time ago. But thank you, Celine, for clarifying. hope everyone's enjoying so far. This has been kind of nice and chill. I've been able to do a bunch of different things that I just enjoy. That's kind of true for every stream. It's super nice now that tennis has started back up, the pro tennis tours, that I know that I can just sit here and do nothing, and apparently that's totally fine by you guys, by you folks. Alupa! Thank you, Cecilia. Oh! God, I hope this match goes to a third set. Apollo Strong indeed. King Ozza says, genuinely just enjoy coming to these streams and just chilling. Wonderful. Getting to know about new artists is cool too. Wonderful. King Ozza says you're a very naturally charismatic person. It was not natural for most of my life, but I'm really glad that you think so now. It's been a shice ton of work to be not unlikable, but I really am glad that people are that my personality makes people happy these days. Well, Phantom MC2, I'm definitely a brand new, like, in terms of being an artist that has a work that is sort of a work that is becoming widely celebrated in some circles, at least, even in a niche one. I am brand new. Like, as a the Dragon Prince art, like, fan artist, that was, and a She-Ra fan artist, that was some of my first experiences with starting to gain a little bit of exposure via Twitter and stuff, and Tumblr. But this is diminishes a full work that I have released and published, and on that sphere of being an artist, that's brand new in the serious song realm. Kingslayer says, oh yeah, I remember the fan arts. I think that was my first exposure to you, actually. That's awesome. You are a Saria hipster. You were here before I was cool. Honestly, that's how it is. Phantom MC2 says, I'm really glad you're getting exposure and I hope it brings you joy. It kind of does, yeah. But at the same time, as I've been saying, it's impossible to process because everything is happening at once that I've been dreaming of my whole life, and at this point I'm just physically unable to keep up with it emotionally. Celine says, about how much of it diminishes coded up and you just need to play through it at this point, and how much is still to be made entirely. What I'll say is there's a lot of work to be done for Act 2. BMB, the one that came before. Funny enough, BMB, There is another BMB that I have known and talked to and been acquainted with since 2017, who is also, I believe you're from a Spanish-speaking region, and this person is also from a Spanish-speaking region, and it's just, like, when you first joined the server, I remember being like, wow, what a small world! I can't believe they like my work, and then I discovered that you were a different BMB, and it's like, wow, it's a small world, lots of people naming themselves BMB. Kingslayer says, kind of crazy actually, I just realized I've been keeping track of your progress for what's probably like 2 years. Yeah, that's one way to look at the reality of, good God, I have been working on Project Zadia for like 16,000 years, and I haven't been doing anything with it. Yeah, BMB, that is a heck of a coincidence. But you are both amazing BMBs in your own ways. I definitely, every time I see the name BMB, my heart leaps in happiness similarly. Bahumba. Bahumbug. That's what it stands for. Come on, Chapo. It's butt time! But not really. Because it's basically just gonna be this. It's just gonna be the pelvis. Okay, book nerd, you are Atrios system. How do you pronounce that? I'm sorry. Artrios. BMB generations. Phantom MC2 says, dude, I've been working on projects for 85,755,884 years. I'm still not done. Yeah, that's kind of how life is, isn't it? Unfortunately, when you become a creator. It's very sad. Celine says, I see... But that's the thing about Project Zadia, though. I'm talking to myself, not Celine. Is that I initially made it to be like Diminished, where it was something that I would just start and then be able to release, like, within weeks. It's been 3 years now. Poopy. Not 3 years. It's been coming up on 2.5 years. It's not that much better. Celine says, I see similarities in the gameplay engine between the two. Apollo's life would be so much easier if they had those climbing hooks, though. Yep. Yeah, it kind of would be. Moonshadow Blades. Kingslayer says, today's soup of the day is nostalgia. Tastes like crap. King Azo says, also, happy Black History Month, everyone. Yes, happy Black History Month, absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up. Artrius, okay, thank you. Sorry. It is fairly efficient with the phonetics, fairly intuitive with the phonetics once you take a good look at it. It's a pretty awesome name, actually. Oh, nice. Let's go. If we go to a tiebreak in the second set, I'm going to be standing up for a little while I watch. Everything will be fine, I'll just be excited. But Shapovalov has to win 2 more points here. Don't double fault. No! King also says, to celebrate, I'm listening to Living Color, an all-African-American rock band. Dope. Well, if Djokovic wins one more point, there will not even be a tiebreak, so... And honestly, Djokovic just straight up wins these points like 2,000% of the time, so... Oh god, don't double fault. Yeah. It's over. That's just Djokovic. Celine says, I have like, what would you even call it, a fan soup? It probably wouldn't apply to Teddy, but I have a soup I can muse about and then take into deep water from there in the same manner. Like, I could totally write a soup of the day style speech like all the others is what I'm saying. Please. I want to see that. Kingslayer says, hey, Asaria, how tall is Apollo? It is, and I'm not saying this to be like, it says so in the bio, but it says in the little bio in one of the episodes, actually, because I did a little callback to, like, fan site bios for characters from, like, 2005. And they are listed at 5 feet 3 inches tall. And I don't know why I explained that it was in the series, because it doesn't really matter to the question, but... I guess I'm proud of the fact that I put that part in, and I just was excited to mention it. I don't know. It was just weird. Celine says... Which is weird because it's Teddy's format, but this perspective would be more unique to us. I don't know, it's hard to explain, but it's a really cool format, I guess is the point. Oh, I'm glad you think so. And I say, please go for it. Oh, Kyrgios is playing today? Then Wolf says, Saria, I was wondering how long you have been into bodybuilding / tricking, if you're comfortable sharing. I am. I'm trying to get a sense of how these things work. Okay, so... I've had an affinity for many athletic things for my whole life. I've had an interest in acrobatics and martial arts as long as I can remember. Like, ever since I saw the first clips or snippets of Jackie Chan movies when I was a slight boy. And that just has never ever gone away. Actually, just recently I was doing a binge of a bunch of Jackie Chan fight scenes. And so I've always been interested in that, and I would used to, even once I started becoming sort of an unfit middle schooler, I would still just go outside and just flail around and try to imitate kung fu movie moves. And through exposure to those sorts of things, I would see all these incredibly fit people, and I would want to be like that. And I started to become very upset with how far away from that I was as a pretty overweight 13-year-old. And I was also, that led to some of the bullying in school, and I just became a complete bottom rung of the social ladder sort of person, and just sort of fell into a pit of despair, as it were. And so marching band helped with that. Marching band helped me get a bit fitter. But then I after marching band season would end, I would fall back into a very awful, unhealthy state, and it was not sustainable. And at one point, my 3rd year of high school, I just got fed up. I had tried P90X a couple of times for like a week at a time, and each time my body would change quickly, but then I would not have the guts to keep going. Sorry, this is gonna be a long answer. And then finally, when I was a junior in high school, I stuck with it for like a month and a half or so, and at the same time, that was, and I did it that time and stuck with it that long because that was when I decided resolutely to become a tricker. The favorite videos online during that period were all of the videos I was seeing of, like, at the time, tricking was still not as widely documented, so I was seeing videos of, like, martial arts gymnastics, where it was just people doing back handsprings and stuff, and occasionally doing like a kick or two. But then I started seeing real tricker samplers, and that just blew my freaking mind, and I knew that was... I had to do that. I had to become a part of that community, because all the samplers included clips of people, of their lives around tricking in the community, and I just knew that I needed that in my life. I needed my life to revolve around that. I became obsessed from that very moment, and that was what it took, because before that, I had been spending 7 or 8 years being too afraid to go for a backflip for the first time on trampoline, and it was starting to rule my life. Like, it was starting to be, like, with my hyperfixating personality, my immense tendencies in that regard, it was starting to rule my life that I couldn't do that. And then one day, I finally got over that fear, and then I like, 5 months later, I suddenly got that same adrenaline spike, just out of nowhere while I was outside, and I just went for a back handspring, and I did it on regular ground. And then, so I got a back handspring pretty quickly, and then I progressed to a backflip. And like after a week, I landed my first backflip, and I just kept trying backflips. I got good at that, and I just devoured all sorts of documentation that was available at the time, which was not terribly much. Juji Mufu was a huge help. The guy who ended up getting super famous for doing splits while lifting a barbell and like doing splits on chairs. That guy, Juji Mufu, he was one of the first people to create a website that helped people get into tricking, and it was like a huge beginner's guide sort of thing. I owe so much to him. God, I hope I can meet him soon. But I would just devour tricking samplers and visualize myself being as good as them and being one of the best. And seriously, I would come home, I would be at school, every single free moment I would watch tricking samplers. Come home, every single free moment, watch tricking samplers. And then once I started recording footage of my own, which was pretty much right away, I would make my own samplers just to be a part of it as soon as I possibly could. And as a result of that, I became known as one of the most rapidly progressing trickers that people had seen to that point ever. And so in my first year, I developed very, very quickly and kept developing quite quickly. And like on my 6th year or so, I reached my peak, and I was pretty world-class. It's very strange talking about myself that way, but it's just true. And so that's sort of how it went. And it made all of my, it was another situation where all of my dreams that I'd ever had were coming true, that I never knew if were ever going to come true. And I became the person that I always dreamed of being. I went from being that really chubby and universally disliked kid in middle school to being like this. Of course, it was the obligatory, and that was the part of it that was always strange, and I still feel weird about. Is like, it's not that like I genuinely earned everybody's love, or it's just I started being able to do flips, and so I became the kid like the people that asked to do a backflip, and because of that, I stopped being bullied. Which is, I mean, I guess any way that you stop being bullied is fine, but I always wondered how people actually felt about me after that point. But again, only after I became a tricker did I finally start being able to experience high school in a really, really fun way, and that's kind of the only part of high school that I miss, and I miss it a lot because it was really fun. It was the first time in my life that I felt like loved by anybody other than my family, even though like I said, was it actually love, or was I just a toy? But anyway, that's not part of the question, but that's mostly the answer, and I'm sorry for the gigantic ramble. And at this point, I might as well play a sampler, I guess. I should have been playing it while I was talking about it, but I could show you what I'm talking about in case a lot of people out there are like, what is this guy rambling about? Holy crap. But yeah, obviously I'm going to have a lot of chat to catch up on, and hopefully you all enjoyed my intense rant. very self-focused. Like, it's funny, like, I mentioned this in another stream, but normally I never, ever, ever, ever talk about myself to people. It's only when I'm absolutely positive that the person that or environment is interested in what I'm saying. And so this is one of my only opportunities to talk about myself, which is something I actually really enjoy doing, in case you couldn't tell. Oh, Coco. I feel so bad for her whenever these things happen. Sorry, I gotta switch screens now. Oh, this is actually the correct one. Boom! Bada bing, bada bang. So this is a sampler that I made in 2016 when things were really rough, but when I was in my peak as a tricker. Actually, one second, I'm gonna mute this. There it is. Is the audio okay? So this is when I was fairly world class. So this is, when I've mentioned tricking, this is what I've been talking about. Kingslayer's gonna try something here. Interesting. Thanks for liking the ramble, guys. Yeah, this is something that I'm passionate about talking about, so... My back hurts... King also says my back hurts now. Same! Yeah! I'm not as young as I once was. I certainly don't come back from injury like I used to. It's like my body just doesn't heal anymore. Then Woff says talking about yourself in a safe space is a really therapeutic thing. And Cecilia vehemently agrees. I actually landed that. By the way, it probably looks sketchy because it was, but I somehow pulled that out. And I'm not as elastic as I used to be. I really miss the days when I could just run outside and do this, and it was fun because my entire body didn't hurt after every single move. It really is extremely fun to do. Immensely rewarding. And the community is kind of ridiculously fun to be a part of. Yeah, Phantom MC2, that usually doesn't happen. I think if you reach a certain point in when your body gets used to doing this all the time. It still happened to me sometimes, though. I used to have a huge problem with that in one of my hands. But then I started tricking, and it kind of went away. I need to land that someday. I'm a very slow twister. My form is actually not great. My kicks are good, but when it comes to power moves and twisting, my form is actually very bad. You can see that my legs are very often far apart. And so I've actually been working way harder throughout all these years when I do tricks than I should be. If I had better technique, I would have been... I could have done a lot more, I think. But I guess there's still time. I'm only 26. Oh, I love this combo. That has to be one of my favorites that I've ever done for camera. See, this feeling is always incredible because people get so excited for you whenever you make progress, and of course you pay it back. It's just such an effortless thing whenever you're part of that environment. I have to see this combo again. It's so satisfying. This combo this was actually a dream combo. It's one of the reasons why it's so satisfying. So. This combo here was a dream combo. I saw a sort of a legendary tricker do it in a famous gathering video. A tricking gathering is when you have hundreds of people gather from all over the world to just sort of train together and have fun together. One of the most pure experiences in the world. And I saw footage of an amazing tricker doing this combo. Very close to when I was first starting out, and I said I have to do this combo someday, and I did it, and it was one of my most aesthetically pleasing combos that I've ever done. Like every single trick was really well done. I'm so proud of that. Yeah, the Chad pose. I just feel like every move in that combo. It just exemplifies so many things about tricking that make it beautiful. Just like the flow between tricks, the power of tricks, the different shapes that they create, all the different ways that you can transition, because you can do any single possible trick that exists can be comboed into any other trick. There are like an infinite amount of transitions that you can use in tricking. I want to slow this down. I know I'm kind of really tooting my own horn here, but this is one of the first times that I've really been able to step back and look at what I've accomplished in my life. It's so satisfying, actually. That's the best I've ever done that transition, too. Oh my god. This move is also extremely hard. You'll see, in the middle of that second twist, here's a double twist, land on one leg, swing into a double twist where you do a kick in the middle. That might be the toughest thing I've ever done. That might be the toughest thing I've ever landed. I'd have to keep thinking about it. Oh, King Ozzo actually requested the slow-mo, and I did it anyway. There's the kick. But yeah, making all these videos was also a thing that really blossomed my editing skills, because I made all these videos myself as well. I kind of want to watch another one from this period of time. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Here's one where I was coming back from injury, and this is when I just used to, like, working hard just used to be so effortless when it came to tricking because I was just so invested. Oh, this one's kind of fun. You guys might get a kick out of this one. Oh, it's still at half speed. No wonder it's going so slowly. We're in the 90s game. Running in the 90s. 22. That's an important age, isn't it? That's a age that is very relevant to Diminish.
Wow, nice cartwheel. Did you get this 5-year-old? Yeah.
I hope this video is as entertaining as that I hope it is. Because of course, if very easily this could be ridiculously self-serving and self-indulgent. That one was actually decent.
They're kind of tight, huh?
Oh, let's go 4-year-old John. Let's go 4-year-old Saria.
You're doing good.
Look at that. Look at him go. I still have no idea how he landed that one. Yeah, who cares?
They're kind of tight, huh?
So this, for a long time, was considered one of the absolute holy grails of tricking. Like, 15 years ago, no one in the world had ever done this before, and nobody knew if it was possible. It's, 1 3/4 twists, landing on one leg, swinging into 1 3/4 twists. Or, no, swinging into 2 twists. And it is not, like, this incredibly, rare thing anymore in tricking, but when the first time I ever landed it, I think I was exactly the 100th person known to have ever landed it. I was never at a point in my career, if you'd call it that, where I was one of the absolute pioneers, just pushing it to lengths that nobody had ever pushed tricking before, but I'm very proud now that I'm looking back and seeing everything that I've done. Here's the one that I was looking for. So I was coming, here's, if you're thinking about injuries, here's a moment where I had one of my worst ones. Right there, I fractured my 5th metatarsal. It was kind of rough. It's not a terrible injury. I was still able to bike all the time and stay fit. Just working on that right up. Oh yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna skip past all this weird stuff. So this is me coming back from an injury, and this is also one of my favorite samplers. 4 dislikes, interesting. Maybe just because I use, like, jazzy music. Probably.
I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter.
This is what I look like with shorter hair. I think what I was mostly known for was my ability to use unique moves and combinations. Oh, sorry to hear that, Cecilia. Oh, that's right, you said you were tired. But yeah, trampoline helped me so much in trying new things for the first time and generally improving with my air awareness and stuff. So yeah, all it took was one mention of tricking for me to immediately... for me to immediately just go down straight into this rabbit hole. 20,000 meters deep. But I'm glad if people are enjoying. It's snowing super hard there. Oh geez, stay safe. Yeah, I hope everything ends up alright.
472 second place. Another year. Second. 472 second place. Another year.
Oh, yeah, that transition didn't come out any way I wanted it to. But the rest of the combo was good, so.
472 second place. Another year. Second.
That was satisfying to get. Because that was when I had to when I was having to start to take off for the first time off of that injured foot, and it was difficult to trust at first.
You're a wizard, Harry.
That was so unclean.
You're a wizard, Harry.
472 second place. Another year. Second.
This one's pretty satisfying.
472 second place.
Oh,
Another year. Second. 472 second place. Another year. Second. 472
yeah, I loved trying out all these little random wonky transitions between moves and during moves. Yeah, snow's very common around here. Yeah, I put in way too many ab shots just out of pure freaking narcissism. That was such a good session. Yeah, here's another clip from it. This session was one of my all-time favorites. So many accomplishments during this one. I miss this gym. This was the gym that was closest to me. It was 25 minutes away. Yeah, here's me trying an even more difficult version of the one that injured me. That was 13. My personal best is 17. I've done that twice. Hey, it's Kitty! The very same! I forgot about that.
Oh my god!
Yeah. Yeah, Apollo's figure is tough to straight up translate one-to-one. Yeah, if you guys want to get a great look at Kitty. There you go. Ugh, stop. But yeah, I'm proud of that. I accomplished quite a bit as a tricker, and hopefully it's not over. My body just hates it these days. It hates it a lot. Last year, the grand majority of the times I tried to train it was just purely unenjoyable because of how much it hurt. I've had a lingering hamstring issue for coming up on 2 years now. It's immensely depressing and actually causes me a lot of emotional issues. Looks scarily close to your cat. Interesting. Are you Will? Are you the creator of Diminish? Okay, I'm gonna have a lot of chat to catch up on. The more I look at that Apollo head facing front, the more I want to adjust it. Okay, let's see what people have to say here. And I'll put the lo-fi back on. What is happening to that chat? Is it just trying to catch me up from where I was? That's probably what's happening. I have a lot to catch up on. Holy heck. Holy keck. Fan soup. Yeah, here it is. Then Waff asking a question. People talking about how short Apollo is. Apollo is a perfect height. What are you talking about? 5'3", a deck of cards, but with one of the jokers included. King Ozzo says, I imagined them being a giant. Well, the character that inspired Apollo, my character that inspired Apollo, is a giant for sure. 5'3", them being hunched over. 5'3" is not their full height. That's their usual height. Marching band, yes! Phantom asks if I played trumpet. I'm a trombone player. Trombone player. My school went to Grand Nationals twice while I was there. My freshman year and my senior year. My senior year I got to play a solo, which is pretty cool. My solo started off the show. It was very short, but I was happy to have the opportunity. King Ozza says, I feel you on the bullying and the health issues, Saria. Sorry, but I'm glad that I can give you some resonance. Yes, I would like to keep watching. Thank you for asking. And play a bit more than percussion. Oh yeah, love marching band. I'm actually a section leader in my pit at school. Dope. Kind of hard to play during oh my god, I can't even imagine. Ah, but that's awesome. I think I might lie down while watching the stream. Feeling a bit dizzy for some reason. I'm okay though. Yeah, I hope you feel better, Cecilia. King Ozza says, very glad everything turned out great for you. Definitely proud of you for having the courage to overcome your fears and better yourself. Thanks, King Ozza. Tricking was one of the big moments of my life when I started to get good at it quickly and like realized that if I want to do something, I actually can. Like that was kind of the first time in my life. Aside from like when I started working at trombone and then I started becoming section leaders in all of the top groups and stuff. That was probably the first moment, but then I was able to apply that to tricking, something that arguably is more difficult to, or it's at least scarier and they're similarly difficult in very different ways, and I had a lot more mental baggage when it came to becoming a tricker, and of course there's a lot more societal baggage as well. There's going to be a lot more naysayers when you're going into an acrobatic sport that's very underground and not many people know about. I'm so freaking lucky that my parents have been so supportive my entire life with everything. I can't imagine. God knows what would have happened to me without that support. The serious song biography, the inspiring story of a man who overcame his fears and his just never stops talking. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the ramble though. Glad glad I felt comfortable enough to share. Yeah, like I said, this is something I'm very passionate about talking about. Can't go wrong with a good rant. Good. Talking about yourself as in a safe space is a really therapeutic thing. Yes. People were watching the tricks. Speen! I used to be an adventurer like you, but then I took an arrow to the knee. Phantom says that's really crazy. I can imagine. Yeah, I talked about the blood being forced to the extremities, yeah. Luckily, I haven't had an issue with that often since starting tricking. King also says, and here I am feeling content with my once-a-day walks. Dude, me too. That's kind of the main exercise that I do in the winter now. Especially with COVID, because even if I wanted to go to the gymnastics facilities all the time, or go play tennis all the time, I can't really do that right now because of COVID. So, basically what I do is I'll run like 3 miles around the pool table in the basement. So I'll be turned, like, that literally means, yes, I use it as a track, except I turn like every 3 steps. So I'll run like 3 miles doing that. But because that is not fun sometimes, I'll just walk. And so I will also feel content with walking. Like, tricking is not, like, it's just a thing. It's just another thing that a person can do. It may seem exorbitantly impressive, which if I appreciate everybody saying that it was, but it's just another skill. It's just another skill, and you are absolutely as capable of doing, like, the things that you do are absolutely valid, and as meaningful. Yeah, a few people commenting on me saying my form wasn't great. Yeah, and it's fine. Like, aesthetically it's fine, but I meant more in the sense of it was actually holding me back technically, like technique-wise, form-wise. This did take a lot of effort, yes, but again, it was such an obsession that it didn't feel like work at all. It was just the only thing I wanted to do in my life. It was the only thing I was thinking about every moment of every day. That's kind of what it takes. Kingslayer says, does the bio say anything about Apollo's width? It has their weight, but that's not really what you're asking. It doesn't. We'd have to think about that. We're in the 90s. Cecilia says this tricking stuff always looks so cool, and I genuinely can't tell if it's just because you're that good, or tricking is always like that. At a low level, tricking is like that, but that was definitely very high level tricking that you were seeing. And there might have been a difference. It's hard for me to tell these days because I've been watching tricking for more than a decade, and I've been so engrossed in it. Honestly, super wholesome. Never snows in Brazil, yeah, I bet. Catching up, I'm catching up. Training montage. Yeah, if somebody animated Apollo tricking. I very, very much intend to have tricking extremely prevalent in most things that I create in my life. Video games, hopefully cartoons that I show run. I really wish it was the Sonic the Hedgehog one that's coming out now, but I'm very happy for the person that got that opportunity. Someday. Okay. Anyway, yeah, tricking is definitely going to be a huge part of everything that I make for my entire life. And I hope to be a part of it in some regard for my entire life. Apollo tricking! Apollo at least did a little bit of acrobatics in the water. Yeah, kitty! Guys, I think the Kingslayer is Pete Bob, who is Will from Diminish. Who is Paul from Petscop, who is Sans Undertale. Kingslayer pleads the fifth, smart. Please more cats, hello! You missed a gigantic self-indulgent dump about my personal life as it pertains to how I got obsessed with fitness and tricking and like my journey with all of that. But you'll be able to see it in the VOD at some point. Or I think you can do that right now, actually. I think YouTube lets you do that very easily. So that's one cool thing about YouTube. Katas. Yeah, very far back. But I'm almost caught up now. Fansoup posted! Yeah! Okay, let me catch up with chat first, and then I'll get to that. Walking is nice and good to do while thinking about things. Oh, that's... I don't know why I did that, but that's how I've made like 80% of my conceptual things, and I've done so much writing while walking. Thank God for smartphones and being able to write through like Google Docs and stuff on a smartphone, because I've burned like hundreds of thousands of calories, if not more, by walking, but also writing some very important things while I'm walking. Writing entire scripts. World building, you name it. Kingslayer says, gotta be honest, my marimba is kind of like your tricking. It was so important in my life, and they are absolutely. I can say from experience of learning and being obsessed with and trying to become truly skilled at so many things, that tricking is tricking and music and art and any sort of trade or skill or practice or thing that you apply yourself to at all in any sort of sense are all connected via the they're all similar in spirit. That's not how I wanted to phrase it, but they're all equally valid things, and just because one might seem at the very surface level more impressive or more inherently appealing, it's not always the case, and there's so much more to it, and it all depends on how it makes you feel and what it means to you. And this is another giant ramble, and I'm being imprecise with my language, but hopefully you get my point. And you're all very smart people who tend to get my point, and I'm very lucky for that reason. So hopefully you got that. Then Waf, thank you so much for chilling, and hopefully that answered your question. You're probably not hearing this right now because you're probably long gone, but it was great having you, and have a good one. Have a good walk. To toot your own horn, you're pretty decent at marimba, I'd bet. If you're that obsessed, then I bet. If you're applying it in the correct ways. It's like a ghost down here. I just now got what they meant. I thought they meant the chat, but they meant their place, their location. That's too bad. King also says, Apollo seems they would be a great dancer / tricker. I can see them doing it a lot at festivals and celebrations. That actually just put a wild feeling into my heart. This burst of beautiful emotional energy. There are several characters that I've had in my heart for a few years that are very much that character. Jonathan S., welcome. Hey, I just got here and basically missed everything, but I just wanted to say how excellent the series is. Thank you. I've not felt this much in months. Thank you for everything. It means the world to me that I was able to do that for you. I'm so happy that you liked it. I'm so happy that it was able to give you such a positive result. Thank you for saying that to me. Thank you. And I hope that you're having a good one. Hello, Lucy. I hope you're having a good one. Thinking burns calories. You're right, Phantom. I wonder how many calories I burn when I'm programming. Phantom says, Sonic has always been important in my life. I will never let go of the franchise for as long as I live. I want to be as smart as Gerald. Hopefully you maintain some morality that is not Gerald's at the same time. I want to be as smart as Tails. I've just spent most of my life wanting to be Tails. So there's that. Kingslayer says, I'm working on 2+1 by Ivan Tavino right now. Although I pretty much just started. Dude, Best of luck. Let's go. Let's get it. I haven't shedded anything in so long. It's kind of sad. I've been neglecting the trombone like mad. And I'm caught up. All right, now I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check to see what there is to see here. Is it alright if I read this on stream, Celine? If not, that's totally fine. And the fact that I asked already kind of puts you on the spot, but I hope it doesn't feel that way. But because I'm totally fine with just reading it to myself. I would like to see that Phantom, yeah. But it's cool to have another Sonic disciple be a part of me and be along with me on the diminished journey. Because Sonic is absolutely one of the most important things in my life, and it took a back seat for a few years, which was sad. But now I'm back and writing a big new fan story, and I have two issues completely of the script completely finished, barring changes. Celine says go for it. Today's soup of the day is broccoli cheddar soup. I used to really like this one. Most media makes jokes about hating broccoli, but broccoli cheddar soup was delicious. I'm vegetarian, so the cheddar isn't a problem. I just avoid meat, is all. There's so many meat stews out there that it's hard to find options for me, though. So many commercial foods are made with meat. So many commercial foods are made with meat that it becomes hard to avoid. Broccoli cheddar soup was my refuge, something that I had every day as my regular work lunch. It was nice to have something I could eat, something that I really liked. It was a lie, though. One day I found out that the soup I'd been buying and eating was made with chicken stock. I thought it was safe. I thought it was just broccoli and cheddar. They snuck the chicken in insidiously. I was an unwilling, unwitting carnivore. They do that a lot, you know. Fruit snacks are made with gelatin, so are marshmallows. Marshmallows, something so synonymous with softness, fluffiness, kindness, and compassion, are made with death. So are refried beans. So are most soft gel vitamins. I'm sounding like one of those militant vegan types at this point, but I'm not. I don't care if the people around me are having steak for dinner. I just want to enjoy my soup. I want that to be my choice. But I can't. Society is too awash in blood and death. People just assume that to consume is to kill. Maybe they're right. Even plants are alive after all. This soup reminds me of everything that I killed to be here today. It's not a lasting feeling, but sometimes, every now and then, I look at this bowl and I'm sorry that I'm alive. That was a fan soup of the day by Celine. Thank you for sharing that. And thank you for getting that off your chest. Hi, Logan Wilson. Wilson? Hi, Logan Wilson. I was conflating in my mind Wilson and welcome, because I was about to say that. Wilson, Logan Wilcom. I hope you're having a good one, and yeah, we're just chilling. Missed a few things. Okay, Celine, I'm good. I'm glad. I'm having so many Freudian slips today. My speakingness is an absolute disaster. Phantom says, same. I left for like a couple of years and I don't know why I stopped being involved. Got back in 2016 and started looking more into it, then I decided to start being a theorist. Yeah, 2016 was actually when I got out of it. It was after I binged the entirety of Archie Sonic. And I don't know if I burnt out or I realized that the comic had sort of accomplished a lot of the things that I was accomplishing in my lifelong world-building fanon. And that was an interesting thing for me to sit with and deal with, even though I adored every minute of that read. It was really fun, but yeah, it's really interesting, Phantom. Thank you, Celine. Thank you. No, thank you. Lucy says, the game is more than Teddy trying to help Will get over her death. It's Teddy trying to tell Will not to be mad like her. That's what Lucy's theory about the series is. Okay. Phantom says, bro, I got into Archie Sonic in 2016. Oh, what is the theory? Was it Midori's theory that just every single person in the Diminished community is just the same person? Kingslayer says, already Saria, my thing here seems to be working out on paper. I just gotta do it now. I'm trying to work out. This is that sentence is making me dial up noise in my head. My thing here seems to be working out on paper. Oh, you're feeling like you've been wanting to start working out and doing it regularly, but you've been having trouble getting started. Is that what you mean? But yeah, that's really funny, Phantom, that we have such similar experiences so far. I've been meaning to watch the Sonic Boom series for that entire time, but I saw episode 1, and my entire body, I thought if I kept going, I was going, like, I think I watched the first, like, 3 or 4. I was loving it, but the entire time, the obsession in my body was so powerful that I thought I was gonna freaking die. I had to step away, and ever since I haven't gotten back into it, even though it was perfect. It even had like this cathartic water moment in the first episode. It was a Tails-centered episode. Like, the first episode already was like hitting on everything that I've been so obsessed with the franchise. Like Tails, the climax is Tails saving Sonic from the water. Okay, you've just already fulfilled everything that I ever wanted in the very first episode. Like, I really need to watch Sonic Boom. It looks like one of the funniest things ever. You weren't ready for Boom? I kind of wasn't either, honestly. And now that I've heard of the announcement of the new series coming out for Netflix, I got the same feeling where it's like, I'm not physically going to be able to watch this because I just don't have the emotional capacity. But I'm not gonna be able to stay away, so I'm basically just we're in the last couple years of my life because the Sonic show is gonna kill me. Sorry guys, I'm just gonna have to finish Diminished before then. Celine says, "Apollo." No, Celine didn't say that. Curse Calendar did. Logan says, "I'm gonna lurk in chat. I'm gonna." Oh, you're IDK White in the Diminished Discord. Okay, cool. Good to have you here. I hope you enjoy. Celine says, but yes, there's definitely a, like, attracting, like, element to the community. Yeah. Very, very, yeah. We even have other systems. Yeah, it's incredible to see how many systems are appearing this early. Like, it was you and Fluffbite pretty much around the same time, and that was before, or that was, like, I think Fluffbite came in after Nightmare Masterclass, but that's still, like, during Act 1. And you were both the first experience that I'd ever had with systems. You say I have no idea what it is about Diminished that attracted people like us, but heart. Yeah, I'm really that's one of the coolest things about Diminished to me, is specifically how many people with systems are flocking to it. I am thrilled about that, and before that I had never known that was a thing, and it's amazing to become educated about it. Celine, you are great. You are really... You're great. You're breathtaking! Kingslayer says, nah, I'm doing a little project here as a fan art for Diminish here, and Apollo's height checks out. I just gotta practice a bit to get it right, and then do it. Okay! I'm very excited, Kingslayer. Yo! Awesome! Yeah, sorry for interpreting that incorrectly. Phantom says, I'm working on a really big theory that will fix the timeline issues. Oh, my Gerald theory, which is actually to prove dates of Shadow the Hedgehog events, is a pivotal theory for setting up others. Let's go. Yeah, I wonder if we should swap some of our stuff. You could be like a beta reader for some of my scripts for my fan comic that I'm writing now. if you're interested, because I've been a part of like things like that with friends before, where we sort of share our writings with each other, and I think we get into periods where we mutually like are unable to focus on them, and we both feel bad about it, and so I don't want to ever make you feel like if we start doing that, I don't want you to ever feel like bad for not being able to get to it, or like if you stop doing it, like I don't want that to be something that you feel bad about. But yeah, I'd be interested to connect with another Sonic fan. Especially because you of the way that you approach, whether you approach literature and art and storytelling. I would be interested to see if you enjoy my Sonic story before I actually am able to make it. If I am, because I'm such a freaking slow artist. Yeah, Kingslayer keeps autocorrecting diminish as diminished for some reason. Diminished. I think that's really common. I see it pretty often. Yeah, let's go, Kingslayer. I'm really excited to see if, what you make. Logan Wilson says, what software are you using? I'm trying to get into animation. In terms of animating, like, the sprites for Diminish, if that's what you mean, I use Asprite. A-S-E-P-R-I-T-E. It's like $15 to buy it. And it's really, really nice. And it's my favorite thing to work. It's by far my favorite thing to animate in. It's, like, when I talk about being a slow artist, I'm not a slow animator. I can knock out animations pretty fast. But that's partially because Asprite is such a wonderful program. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's a very strange phonetic sequence. Chris Counter says, all we have to do is make a Saria is Immortal theory canon in the Saria Song of Universe. I would appreciate that. If you guys could get on that, thank you. I'd be all about it. Lucy says, I like Hulk as a piece of representative media. Interesting. Oh, I see. In terms of like having a system or something. I don't know if that's what you mean, but if so, but I could if that is what you mean, then yeah. I think that would be a very interesting piece of representative media, especially with and on that I bet that is very satisfying if you're a Marvel fan, and I don't want to spoil too much. Endgame has been out for a while now, but if any of you who are part of a system are Marvel fans and the MCU fans, I wonder if that was a really satisfying take on the Hulk character and a direction for the Hulk with what's his name, Bruce Bannon, that's his name, with him just eventually accepting the Hulk and just like I'll just be the Hulk all the time, and we'll just be like kind of together. We'll just be together. That was so cool. Celine says, I know we read a lot into the relationship between Apollo/Teddy and Apollo/Will because of our perspective, but I didn't think that was like intentional. I thought that was just us. Yeah, I really like that other systems have been resonating with it. Kingslayer says it's probably not going to be as impressive as you might. I'm not thinking about how impressive it'll be at all. Like, I don't care how quality it is. I'm excited that people are so stoked about my work that they are creating things that I could never possibly imagine. My entire life, everything that has ever been related to the things in my head, I've only been able to see things created about them if I create them. This is the first time that I'm seeing not just like one or two people, but so many unique individuals create their own art based on the things that have been swimming in my mind. I don't care if it's high quality or not. I want to see it. If you want to share it, because it will make me happy. Only if you're comfortable with sharing, but that's how I feel. So there. Celine says, but seeing all these other systems flocking to Diminish makes me wonder if there isn't something there after all. Yeah, it'll be. I can't wait to see Fluffbite's video essay on it, because I wonder if they'll dive into that a little bit. Because I'm also very intrigued in that subject. Phantom says, I would love to be a beta reader. Thank you. Yeah, Yeah, I can DM you with my Sari account. And we can get something going, maybe. Yeah, again, only if you want to, like... But yeah, that would be fun. Celine says, like, something that all of us latched onto, yeah. Celine says... Or Sarah says, I feel like any media wherein the main character and player are different characters who play off each other helps a lot. Contact off. I'm told One Shot does that, but we haven't played. Yeah, or media where, like, I speak wondering. Like, I bet that stories where there's a character who has another character sort of within their consciousness, I wonder if that also applies. Oh, thank you for subbing, Logan. IDK what? BMB. Mario dies. I can't believe Mario is freaking dead. King Ozzo says, yeah, I love the thing with the Hulk and Bruce. Yeah. Oh, Venom too. Okay, yeah, interesting. King Ozzo says, though I can't really speak on the system thing yet. Cecilia says, Maro. I loved Endgame completely and absolutely really, like, all of it was good. It was very oh god, yeah, that, regardless of everyone's valid opinions on the MCU, good or bad, I thought Endgame was a pretty, I thought it was a very admirable entry. I thought it was a very admirable tie-in and tie-off. And I thought it did so with a lot of charm. Phantom says, if we were working together, maybe you could create a character for a game I've been working on. I haven't done much spriting, and I'm not very good at it. I'm still working on the story, though. So, selfishly, I have to say, also based on experience, I have so many personal projects that I'm working on and commissions and stuff already that I can't promise that I'd be able to do that. And, of course, that is an awful thing to say if like, me offering you to beta read something of mine, and then me say, I don't know if I'll do that for you. I'm sorry, but I have to say, just to protect, like, your workflow, like, if you find somebody else, they'd be actually able to get to it within a reasonable amount of time. I wouldn't be able to. So I'm really sorry. I just have to do that. I have to say that to be totally safe and to save you of the awful, like, failure that I would do. Not because I wouldn't be able to create you a quality product, but just I doubt that I'd be able to balance it with all the other stuff. I'm really sorry. But I'm glad for the request, and I'm honored that you'd come to me for that. Celine says, the thing that kills us is that our favorite piece of plural representative media is one that's hard to name drop because the fact that what it's even about is itself a major spoiler. Oh, the feel. You all need to play. I can't tell you what. I can't tell you why, but you need to read our mind and play it anyway. Oh, I'm so sorry. Kingslayer says, I think it'll be a nice challenge for me. I've never tried anything like Apollo before, so I'm not sure if it'll work, but curiosity is the essence of discovery, so here we go. Go get it. Cecilia says, oh, I haven't had the privilege of friending the Saria Discord account. Oh. Well, that's just because Saria is a freaking god, and most people are below Saria, so it's not your fault. Lucy says, I have a few media-based theories about Diminish, including Will is an unreliable narrator as a madman. Well, if you know me at all, well then that's obviously true. Logan says, you can call me Bob. Alright, Bob. Sorry. Got you, Bob. Lucy says, by that I mean Will fits the unreliable narrator's trope of the madman. Okay. And so do I. I like to be the sun, Logan. I like it. That's my favorite one so far. Holistically. Phantom says, that's cool. This game is going to take years because things are slow. I completely understand. Yeah, and mine are too. Believe me. Mine, before I started Diminish, I was in a really rough period in my life where I thought that I was literally going to die of old age before a single thing a single one of my passion projects was ever going to go live. So God, I feel it. I'm sorry. But that's also why I know that I'm gonna be too distracted to safely accept your offer. But thank you for understanding. That's not lost on me. Thank you. Zab, welcome. Hello. I was just checking out Illusion Lock because you mentioned it. Good stuff. Yeah, such a. I'll say this every time, just because of how true it is. It's so creative. It's very unique. It's very, like, in terms of just viscerally, it's insanely unique. Ugh, absurdly unique. I'm trying to get rid of that lingo. Pete Bob? God. Oh, the saga of Pete Bob continues. That was a nice and long computer session. I hope you all enjoyed that. I almost forgot what holding a stylus felt like. It's almost been 2 hours. Goodness gracious. This goes by so fast. Ah! No, I did not want the eraser. Calves! Calves, calves, calves. Meaty calves. I don't know, it should be... Yeah, it should be like that, right? Calves! Please ignore me. It's for your own good. Yeah, it should be. Right. Pete Bob, the... Pete Bob is the true protagonist of Diminish. Is Pete Bob the name of the cat? Phantom says, Bobbit. Okay. It was always about Pete Bob. Celine says some of our favorite games include Star Billions, Ori and the Blind Forest, The Way Remastered, Freebird Sigmund series to the Moon and its sequels, Arcade Spirits, and Dragon Quest Builders 2. I really need to play Ori, both games, even though I saw the ending of the second one because of AGDQ, and it literally made me so depressed I couldn't think for like 3 days. But then I also started thinking about my own fan continuation, so there's that. But God, that made me sad. But yeah, the Ori games, even gameplay-wise, also look like the exact games that I would exactly like. Alright, Bob, have a good one. No, don't apologize. You do you. And I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, I've never actually played any of those games either. Gimme niche. Congratulations, Lucy. That's wonderful. Those are some calves. Brain cell malfunction, well, that requires there being a brain cell. So that doesn't really make sense. Pete Bob has taken the brain cells. That's great, Lucy. Going to check the Twitter, because why not? I would not be able to do hourly comics day because it is, I don't know if it is physically possible for me to not spend 2 hours on any given piece of art, no matter how tiny it is. So that kind of instantly negates the point of the day when you've missed 2 comics in 1 comic. We're all brainless. No, we're not. Phantom says ARGs are such rabbit holes, or better, black holes of insanity. Of wildness, yes. Celine says, why is Apollo so dang pretty? Ah! 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 I don't know. Okay, the feet turned out all right. I've never really worked on drawing paws doing this before, so I'm glad that it worked out. Turns out that using the front-facing one as the reference was the ticket. Oh, Misty Seat says, why did I just notice Apollo has 4 fingers? I drew them like that because it's just my style, but it's accidentally on model. Beautiful. How many brain cells do Aplo have? About 350. Excuse me. Brab cell. Lack causing internal correction function to fail. Thank you, Omega. Initiating recovery mode. Clumsy me. Sling says, yeah, looking that winking one in the corner there, like I said in the YT comic, Skeleton McGee is absolutely not a deal breaker. The YT comic, was that when you all were arting together? That's actually how it works, isn't it? I am doing things somewhat correctly, I think, in my life, which is blowing my mind. Surprisingly, Curios is not in the ATP Cup. Let's go, Iga. I was just thinking about her. Yeah, Misty Seat. That wouldn't be. I think that wouldn't be a horrible practice for creating a reference sheet, because if it's a reference and your character is symmetrical, then it's good for people to see. Like, but I find it to be better for my improvement if I try and do it all by hand. That reminds me, I haven't actually once done a canvas flip to see if this looks decent. It kind of does. But that's to be expected because I just traced the front-facing one, so it's gonna look like the front-facing one. All right, Kurt's calendar. Have a good sleep. Thanks for being here. It was fun, and I'll see you next time, maybe. Yeah, Misty Seat. Honestly, I think trying to draw a symmetrical object or a symmetrical person posing, or a face just facing completely front on or completely back on, it's so difficult that it's one of the most tempting things to face as an artist. It's like if that's there, why shouldn't I use it? This is just way too hard to do otherwise. But I'm giving it a go. Oh, my back! It's alright, King Azo. Yeah, I wonder if my stream actually does this to you, Cecilia. Like, full-on SPC style, this causes a mimetic effect in your mind that straight up puts you to sleep. And hopefully it's not causing any long-term issues. My stream is just actually an SCP. It's been that way all along. Spooky. Sam Query! Ah! Aplo have tree fitty barn cell. SCP 786676444444666655. Pete Bob. I'm really happy that you enjoy this, Cecilia. Really. Kingslayer says Apollo's torso and elbows might cause an issue on this here project. Not sure how thin they gotta be comparatively to the rest. That's interesting. Makes me wonder what medium you're working in, but also, yeah, makes me wonder how. Somebody mentioned like, wow, Apollo's forearm like muscles must be incredibly strong. And if you asked Apollo would say thinner than thumbtacks. I don't know if that's accurate, though. I should have put the other stuff on first. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. It's right around. This is kind of where the tail starts, isn't it? That's kind of where a tail should go, right? Object class Keter. Yeah, I haven't posted the buff Apollo yet. I might draw another one. The only thing is I got a new idea about pre-diminished Apollo. And I don't know if this new aspect would be a spoiler if I were to draw this again. It remains to be seen. Misty Seed says, "Does the atrophy imply Apollo is usually far muscular?" Yeah, that's what prompted the. Yeah, King Ozo also gave their interpretation. Yeah. I'm tempted to draw another one with a more interesting pose. It seems like it'd be fun. I mean, again, as I've mentioned, it does not matter what the situation is. I could sit down and just draw anatomy at any given moment. I love it. Is that kind of how a tail works? I don't know. I do not draw these enough. I do not know. Furries! Furries, is that how a tail looks from the back? Misty Seed says, "I feel like I was too generous with Apollo's muscles, specifically their six-pack. Oh well, Apollo can dream." It is fun as hell to draw muscles, though. I learned that through making diminished fan art. I'm glad that I could remind you, or cause you to discover, the true joy of life. Kind of looking like Sonic from the back, actually. I have not visualized Apollo from the back very often. This is interesting. I'm surprised by what I'm seeing. Looking a lot like Sonic. This was not intended. I don't know if it's what I want. Tail looks good, good. Absolutely. Oh, I didn't even see that Celine literally typed thumbs up when I was giving the thumbs up. We are the same person! I don't know why I slashed my hair thing to emphasize that. Celine says, I mean, we have a squirrel friend who would want that tail to be about 10 times bigger. You'll never guess why she's a squirrel. Apollo's sparkle pose cracks me up. I love it. Good, thank you. Subconscious will instinct to like Sonic. This isn't not how I imagined them to look like from the back. No. Yeah, the tail area looks fine. I feel okay about erasing this, but I don't know about the head area. Subconscious will! Is there anything to the hive mind idea? Make it a theory. Make it a theory. You make the hairs unsymmetrical to change the overall feel. That was my next thought. I'll leave this for a bit. I'm happy with how the one without the tail and the hair ended up, though. It's coming together. Excuse me. I feel like, God, I feel like drawing Buff Apollo. Lucy says bad. That's very ominous. Now, don't get too excited. Oh, I see. There's a discussion occurring. Hey, Midori, welcome back. This is Buff Paulo. And apparently I'm doing a perspective thing. It just sort of started happening on its own. Well, that's the thing. I was talking about this a little bit the last time I drew Buff Apollo, is that for one thing, it's meant to highlight a point that I'm going to be making in Act 2. Because this doesn't look that much different from the Apollo you see now. When a very fit person who is often hyper aware of their body as a result of being obsessed with fitness and nutrition and all that stuff, and bodybuilding, they'll see the most minor changes of their body as they happen. Sometimes those changes will be real, sometimes they will be imagined. And it becomes oftentimes directly related to their perception of themselves as a person, or they'll become so afraid of perceived changes that it becomes an absolutely unhealthy thing that is often rooted in delusion. And so you notice that that Buff Paulo still looks pretty skinny, or at least similar to the other Apollo. And that's what I see in return. Maybe Apollo never quite looked how they thought they did, or maybe now they don't look as different as they think they do. I don't know how the serratus anterior is supposed to work on this boy. Hope you all are enjoying yourselves still. I'm glad I went live tonight. And once again, I opted for this head angle. I don't know what I'm doing here. Oh no, of course. Okay. Yeah, it should be coming toward this one should be coming toward the camera, right? Nope. No, I was correct. 3D space is a heck of a thing. Especially with super digidegrade legs. Super degenerate legs. Which these are clearly not. A lot of this stuff I'm just figuring out as I go. This leg may be correct, but this one. Yeah, that seems a bit more like it at first glance. Phantom MC says, I gotta sleep, wish I could stay longer, I'll be around in the servers. Hit me up with this story. Alright, will do. Sorry, I've been missing a lot of chat once again. But yeah, thanks for coming around, Phantom. It was glorious to talk with you. I'm glad you're enjoying everything. Celine says, Justin. Oh god. Justin. I can't do this. I'm trying to run across this platform, but I'm dummy thick. And the clap of my steel thighs keeps alerting the scum boys. I can't frickin' do it. I'm so sad and sorry, and I hate everything. But that was funny, Celine. But I'm sad and sorry. And I'm so awful at everything. Yes, I know I'm wrong and an idiot for saying that. I'm sorry as well. This continues. I don't think that's how the muscles connect there. don't really think that's how the shoulder connection works, but it's fun to think this through. Metal Gear Apollo. Now the end of some chunky legs. Hi, Sim soundtrack. Hi, OX2480. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna read that back. But welcome. Definitely starting to see the buffness more, indeed. Yeah, a lot of it is just in the freaking vascularity, not just the size. That's where a lot of strength, like you can see a person's strength in their vascularity of their muscles. Like a person who is skinny or lean, you can tell if they're freaking strong if they're veiny as heck. Oh, Celine. This has been a fun drawing so far. It's to be expected, of course. I enjoy drawing such things. I'm starting to get quicker with drawing their hair. Their hair's flopping around. Why not? Why not? I'm trying to figure out what their other arm is doing. I haven't saved this yet. Good lord. Bonking only does so much. It only spurs her on. He could just be flexing with the other arm, just standard. If I really wanted to. Do I really want to? Or would there be a cooler way to do this? Oh, there, Yeah, Celine, I'm kind of seeing something somewhat similar, like kind of like what it's doing in the SAS drawing, just doing something really fancy for no reason. Or it could be like a ballet hand pose, even, to like contrast and show that other side that's been in them this whole time. A bowl of brick soup, of course. I'm trying to find the original hand pose that I thought I wanted to use. I'm being punished. Oh, my back, dude. Why must this be like this? Yeah, I can just do the one that I sprited again. I can try this one. That's looking pretty cool. That's looking pretty cool. there's no visible thumb. I like that. I'm fine with that. As long as I did this relatively correctly. It's always tough when you have one less finger to work with to know if it was done correctly. Let's... They look like they need some more neck. They need some more neck here. Something's amiss. I'm gonna watch the end of this doubles match really quick. I think their head just needs to be bigger, for one thing. To show that they are a smaller person. Something like that. Then I'm going to watch the end of this doubles match and then go to the bathroom and then I'll be back. Well, let me clean this up first. Their neck does not look right anymore. Let me fix that, or attempt to. Yeah, with the bigger head, you can tell that they're shorter, that they have a smaller body. Biceps for days. Okay, let's watch this doubles match. I missed the end. That's what happens when you're that obsessed with OCD stuff. How's everybody doing right now? We chill? That looks a bit more natural. A rose in his mouth? Ooh. I kind of like that. Folding laundry, making the bed while this is playing. That sounds great. Getting stuff done. The shoulders still look kind of high, but it's better. Okay, I need to use the restroom. I'll save this first. Be right back. Oh, Cecilia says, just a bit enjoying sticking around and talking here and there. Never been as productive as I've been for the past week, in the past 5 months. Well, enjoy your rest then. You deserve it. I'll just mute the mic just in case. Yeah, I still think their other shoulder needs to come down a bit. It's funny because I actually raised it at one point. Yeah, see? What's wrong with that? It's like normal. That's how it's supposed to look. You can actually tell what's kind of going on. something like that. Wonderful weather we're having. You guys come here often? Something like this. Yeah, so this Buff Paulo. This is about, I think, what one should expect. Looks like most of the muscles are actually connecting in a satisfying way. What do you call a happy cowboy? A jolly rancher. Lovely. And they're just as sweet. Cecilia Irguin says, God, I hope to one day be able to replicate your style, say. What an incredible sentiment. And also, it feels kind of amazing to be suggested to that I have a style now, because I don't think I used to have one. It's kind of cool that that has happened now. Something. See how buff his tail is? Two fish are swimming. You mean swamg? Two fish are swamg? I'm sorry. I'm actually sorry. Two fish are swimming. One hits a brick wall, turns to the other and says, "Damn." Yep. Yeah, that's a freaking classic. So yeah, there's a buff Paulo for all of you. That was fun. No, please hate me. Someone has to. There is a better connection there. Yes, that's how it works. That's how it works. Yes. That looks so much better. There we go. Yeah. Musculature. Yeah, that's right. It's swamg. And I honestly, Midori, I appreciate that you said that even in the first place in the chat, because you didn't have to, but it was a fun little thing that you knew was a fun little thing that people would get a kick out of, and then you've been a good sport about it, because that's a thing that a person doesn't have to relay, but everyone's lives would have been more dull as a result. And it's also incredibly relatable because we all do that. How does a computer get drunk? It takes screenshots. I've just discovered a new way to generate a sound. I'm about to listen to this back. How does a computer get drunk? It takes screenshots. I've just discovered a new way to generate a sound. About to listen to this back. Does that qualify as a giggle for you? This is a decent Apollo. I am happy. I could use a bit more spikiness on this. Whoa! What was that? Gee whiz. On this thing, you right here. Vroom. This is a decent Apollo. I am happy. Well, I didn't mute my stream. There we go. Okay, there we go. Aha, yes. Yes! Yeah, that is a person in their physical peak right there. Yeah, now, like, look at the difference here. That should make it more obvious. But again, it's not extreme. A lot of the differences are subtle. And that's the way it usually happens. Cecilia Aragorn says, plus I think in general, like, with this community, I just kind of want to know everybody, you included, say. I want to be friends with everyone around, since everyone's wonderful. I agree. I'm usually wary about that sort of thing. But this community feels different, and I'm afraid to let myself feel that way. But all of you that I've met so far, I've felt unbelievably joyful to have a part of my life, and I would like that to continue, so... That's why I keep coming back and doing this, because it's just one of my favorite, I keep saying it's just one of my favorite ways to spend time right now. Hello, Celine. Do you like this? Do you like the them boy in this state? Of course, you don't have to stop yourself from feeling that way. You don't have to feel that way for everyone around either. It's just up to you how you feel and what you decide to do. Being wary is so much more than warranted, though, and fair. I appreciate all of those sentiments, Cecilia Aragorn. Good, Celine. I'm happy with how this came out. Wow. I'm having fun looking at it. Looking at them. I'm very pleased with how all of the muscles seem to be connecting correctly. Like, this seems to be proper anatomy, and I was not looking at... of course, I was looking at a reference for the other arm here. But everything else was just by memory. Oh yeah, a rose in their mouth. That would complete things. Hello, Sarah. This reads very well. I don't think it does. Oh no, it's impaling their mouth! Yeah, that's the thing. This doesn't really read correctly. That's supposed to be the other side of the... So I can try... I'm loath to cover up any of those incredible muscles. Well, there's a rose. If I knew how to do it correctly, it would look amazing. I can give them a cheeky smile. Sorry. Oh no. If it were to become a W, it would look more correct. This is incorrect in the most perfect possible way. Honestly, this is great too, though. That's great too. Yeah, that's a bit more like it. That does improve the work. That does improve it. I can't believe I just made myself laugh that hard with one stroke of a pen, and it was so stupid. This is cursed, but it is so right. I do think there's something cursed about them even having a mouth at all when I do it in my style. But I probably only feel that way because I spent so long only conceptualizing them without a mouth. Oh, Cecilia asks, was the diminished game retweet from today in-universe or out of character. It was in universe. I have tweeted things from Diminished Game. I have tweeted Bevoost on the Diminished Game several times in the past. So that's not something I'm trying to break the character with. Like, I don't plan on that being like a huge story element, but I do think it's important that I do it on the Diminished Game account because I think that's going to be a better way to reach that community. It looks like they're just flinging the rose. I'm done with this shit! Pointy ass little bitch. Yeah, BNB, I'm trying to figure out the correct perspective for putting the rose in their mouth. Maybe? I think? Perhaps? Something like that. I think now that I included the mouth, it looks better. More curvature on the stem. I see. No. It's a thing. If the snoot and the rose made an like, if they were perpendicular, you mean like a cigar? Like this is actually the jaw. This is the jaw. Oh no, the smile was a part of that layer. You see the smile in the middle of the rose stem. No, smile. So the end of the rose is above their bicep and the other is around their pecs. You mean like, kind of like this? Oh yeah, this kind of perpendicular, yeah. just too bad the mouth went with it. Kitty! Kitty! His smile has been ripped from his face. See, that is how Apollo ended up without a mouth. It all makes sense. You have all witnessed a very important moment in the lore. We can try it this way. Oh, their smile is even more cheeky now. Again, it looks like they're impaled now, to me. That's probably just because I need to make their mouth slightly open. Yeah. Yeah, like that. Kitty! Apollo lost their mouth in a tragic flirting accident. Come on. It's a thing. Excuse me. Frisky's just out of frame, so it looks like I'm just... I don't even know. Kitty. You smell Mimi? Mimi was up here earlier. Near the beginning of the stream. King Ozza says, I'm going to be heading off for the night pretty soon. I just want to say thank you so much for sharing your experiences with tricking/bullying when you were younger. I thought it was really inspirational. That's lovely. I'm glad that you were able to take that from that. King Ozzo says, and of course, good luck on the drawing, and thank you for another great stream. Thank you so much, King Ozzo. Excuse me. You have a good night as well. B&B says, I've always thought about this. Wouldn't it hurt to have a rose in your mouth since roses have spikes? Yeah, you definitely have to be careful. And it seems most people try and not let the rose touch anything but their teeth. So you see, they have their jaw like really wide open, as wide open as it can be while they have it in their teeth. And they try and not have it touch any other part. Yes, Paula has some experience with spikes. Apollo tries to hold a rose in their mouth, chomps a spike, the death sound plays, and they're warped back to their last checkpoint. You win the internet today. Fun fact, I did not know how to draw these 4-point stars. Or I didn't know that the 4-point stars were how this effect was usually achieved when I was working on Act 1, so I drew just actual stars instead. But it's okay. Now I know. I don't know, something like this. That looks creepy now. I mean, I guess that's not incorrect, but... It's just that lidless death stare. I wasn't planning to have a mouth with this. Well, worst comes to worst, I have a version before all this that I can just default to. like this painting. Its smug aura mocks me. I don't know what that's from, but I like it. That's like exactly the same, isn't it? Just without. Yeah. But this is the true version here. Four hours. How does this happen? Ooh, I like that, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. don't know, I'm getting into immense micromanaging without actually being able to freaking know what's going on in territory. And then I immediately go and do something else right after saying that. Yep, I'll save this. Yeah, once again, I don't want to go. But it is 1:08 a.m. And it is 1:08 a.m. So I hope you all enjoyed this as much as I did, or even in the relative same ballpark, because I sure as heck enjoyed this a lot, as usual. Goodness gracious. And I wasn't expecting to draw Buff Paulo again, but it's very fun. I don't mind it. So, as always, thank you all so much for everything, but also for being here and hanging out and being so incredible and amazing and lovely to spend time with and improving of my life in such an intense regard. And I hope we can do it again soon. Until then, I wish you all the very best that life has to offer, and I love you, and I will miss you until next time. But don't feel bad if you can't attend a stream, or if you don't want to, or if you're just doing something else. It's totally fine. This is a privilege and a gift, and I recognize it as those things. And I don't expect anything. I just am taking it as it comes. And I'm really enjoying it. And I really appreciate you all. Appreciate? Did I say appreciate? I think I did. Good God in heaven. Go on, get out of here. Have a great one, everybody. I wish you all the very best. Dream on, friends.